guess, who's taking the pictures? This one? Do you want to get on this side, or you want to get on this side? Mr. Davidson, if you'll place your left hand, raise your right. I state your name.
I, Eric Nathan Davidson,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and maintain
that I will support and maintain
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of North Carolina,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith,
not inconsistent therewith,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
as a member
as a member
of the Lee County Board of Education, so help me God.
of the Lee County Board of Education, so help me God.
Are you now ready?
Thank you.
Mr. Gaines, if you place your left hand, raise your right hand, please. I state your name.
I, Chris Gaster,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and maintain
that I will support and maintain
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of North Carolina,
of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith,
not inconsistent therewith,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of a member
of a member
of the Lee County Board of Education,
of a member of the Lee County Board of Education.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You want to get on this side and I'll step over here? If you place your left hand, raise your right. I state your name.
I, Alan Rummel,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and maintain
that I will support and maintain
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of North Carolina
of North Carolina,
and to the, let's back up. Constitution and laws of the United States
the laws and Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of the state of North Carolina,
of the state of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith,
not inconsistent therewith,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of a member
of a member
of the Lee County Board of Education,
of the Lee County Board of Education.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'd like to congratulate all of our board members, new board members again. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And at this time, I'd like for everyone to join us for a little reception here until the board meeting begins. So please enjoy the food. Thank you for coming out tonight. This time, I'd like to call the Lee County Board of Education meeting to order, and like to ask everyone to please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we would like to take nominations for the reorganization of the board, take nominations for the chair.
Dr. Bryan, I'd like to nominate Eric Davidson for Chair of the Lee County Board of Education.
Dr. Bryan, I need to decline that nomination. I just don't feel like that I'm prepared yet, and I would like some time to learn before I actually step in that role if I'm ever nominated again. And I appreciate that nomination.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Bryan, I'd like to nominate Sherry Womack for chairwoman.
Ms. Gaster has nominated Ms. Womack for chair.
Second.
Other nominations?
Dr. Bryan, I will nominate myself for Chair of the Board of Education.
Ms. Bowen has nominated herself for chair.
Second.
Other nominations? Being no other nominations, we will take a vote. I'll go in the order that everyone was nominated. All in favor of Ms. Womack as chair, please say aye.
Aye.
Show of hands, please, for all in favor. I count 4. All in favor of Ms. Bowen?
Aye.
I count 3. Ms. Womack, you are chair, Lee County Board of Education. Let me hand you the gavel. And as we turn the gavel over to Ms. Womack, I'd also like to introduce Eva DuBosin, who is here tonight for Steve Rawson, attorney. Thank you. Eva, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. Now I'd like to open the floor for nominations for Vice Chair of the Lee County Board of Education.
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Eric Davidson for vice chair.
Are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Jamie Ladati as Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that motion for Eric Davidson as vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gasser. Nominations do not normally require a second, but I'm sure he appreciates your support. Okay. Is there any other nominations? The nomination has been put forward, and now we will now take a vote. All those in favor of Eric Davidson as vice chair, please raise your hand. All those in favor of Ladati as vice chair, raise your hand. Thank you. The vote, let the record show, the vote is 3-4, and Eric Davidson is now our vice chair. The next order of business is public comments, and now is the time that we actually have the privilege to hear from the public. We welcome your comments, which are very important to all of us. I just want to note that during the comment sections, you are limited to 3 minutes, but most importantly, I'd like to remind you that when you come to the podium, it is not a dialogue between the school board and yourself, but we would love to have the opportunity to be able to hear your opinions and voice your views on our school system. We ask you to kindly present your name when you come to make the comment, and just so we have that in the future reference, and we would like to be able to follow up with what you come before the board to discuss. The purpose of this agenda item is for you, the public, to inform us, the board, about your views. And if the members of the public here have any factual questions, the staff will be more than glad to help you, and I'm certain that our superintendent to my left will address any issues. The very first person coming up for public minutes, by the way, I've asked, I would like for Mr. Rummel to clock the minutes, because we're all trying to pay careful attention to everything that you're saying. In the future, we plan to have a clock up here, see it both ways, makes it easier so we can focus on what you have to say to us. The very first person is David Smoke.
Good evening. Time begins? Great. Good evening. My name is David Smoke, S-M-O-A-K. Good evening, board, and welcome to the new members. I've lived in Lee County 12 years after retiring from the Army, and I've had 2 boys graduate from LCSS. Both of them even went on to graduate on time with degrees from state universities. I was impressed with the variety of the curriculum the system offered my children, and reviewing the opportunities you still present, I continue to be impressed with the options you give to the children to succeed. I'm here to speak about my 3rd child, however. He never set foot in your secondary school system. He had passed the California High School Equivalency Test at 16, and shortly after moving here, he began taking classes at CCCC. That son completed valuable technical training both at CCCC and in the Army, and is now a successful computer contractor for the Air Force. There are many paths to successful adulthood, and not all of them require a high school diploma. I speak on this because I am extremely concerned about the wave of students that are coming through your system after the detrimental and measurable effects of the COVID shutdowns on their progress. Once again, I know there are a number of assistance programs being offered to help students catch up, but I am afraid of what I know is every parent's worst nightmare. One child, frustrated, anxious, and angry about being left out, left behind, or just hating the whole school experience. We all know what happens next. I recommend that this board works with professional educators to create one more education option. I am aware of state requirements that mandate children to be 16 before taking the high set. I am also aware of a growing number of children under that age causing harm. We need an earlier intervention system. As I run out of time, I will be blunt. We need to change the dynamic of students feeling trapped or required to attend school versus the derogatory label of being called a dropout. We all want the best education for the kids. The standard system is good enough for the vast majority, but all it takes is that one. I recommend the creation of a new education track named with positive connotations that gets these loner, unhappy, possibly explosive kids into a controlled, safe environment that is focused on passing the high set as soon as legally eligible and then getting them out of the school system. I personally have been moderately successful in my own career and personal life, both academically and financially. Very little of that success is due to my own high school experience. Some of us need to go out in the world, learn more about ourselves and the world, and then return to the education system to achieve higher skills or training. At one point, I thought giving extended sabbaticals might be a solution, but the issue of so many older students in high school presents its own adult complications, doesn't it? This was the best solution that I could present to this board for your own consideration. I'm willing to expound on it more in private discussions if you choose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smoke. And I'm glad you gave us your phone number so we can reach out to you. Next up, we have Commissioner Bill Carver, who is also our liaison from the school board to the county commissioners.
Good evening. I am Bill Carver. I live at 104 Seal Bridge Road. And I also serve as a commissioner and your liaison from that board to the school board. And first of all, I just want to express my congratulations to you all for the new board members that are here tonight. I've talked to each one of you. I know that you're convicted to carry on in the best fashion for our county, and we're proud of your accomplishments already. And Madam Chair, congratulations on your election tonight. The other thing that I want to say is that reinforce maybe what was just said. We have a lot to do in the next 2 years as it relates not only to the school board's responsibility, but also the Board of Commissioners. And as liaison, what I would like to do just personally is say that it would be my joy to be able to coordinate with you in such a fashion as we can support the efforts on both sides of the house, shall we say. We look forward to seeing some advances and some corrections of the difficulties we had because of the COVID problems, but also just the creative ideas that new faces and new eyes are going to bring to the board. So it's an exciting time. I'm glad to be part of what it is, at least in the capacity of being a fly on the wall, and supporting you and encouraging you as I can. Please feel free to contact me anytime you want that on any issues that might have to do with the commissioners. Again, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carver. Next, we have Jim Womack. Make sure that timer's on.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that vote of confidence. First off, congratulations to the new board. We were absolutely ecstatic to see the new additions to the board. I know that they're going to do wonderful. I know they're charged with some awesome duties, and they're having to overcome some things that the previous board failed to do. And I don't think we should sugarcoat it at this point. I think we need to be honest that there's new leadership needed in the school system. That the school system has been lagging behind other counties, our peer counties in the state, and that we have a COVID deficit and plus some to make up. On a more positive note, I can tell you that everything is looking bright for your future. You have a relationship with the Board of Commissioners that's been struck. I think if those two boards will work collaboratively, you're going to find that the Board of Commissioners will be willing to support the initiatives that you want to pursue. But I think what's going to be necessary is you got to justify those positions, those programs, those policies, those changes that you want to make in the school system. You need to convince your bankers that they're worth the investment. And that's been a mistake of this board in the past. You guys have always kept the Board of Commissioners at arm's length, and I think that you've suffered because of that. The second thing I would offer to you is I sit on the Lee County, the Central Carolina Community College Board of Trustees, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the board now, but just myself as a member. We have some awesome opportunities for the graduates of our high school system here in Lee County. We have got probably the best community college system in the state of North Carolina. We've spent way too much time in the past remediating students coming out of our high schools. And that, we need to cut back on that so these people are really getting the springboard that they need into career and college readiness, okay? So I would just challenge you, help us find ways at the community college to complement what you're doing, especially in career and technical education. We got a massive new facility. We got lots of potential. We got great new companies coming into Lee County. Now let's let the school system, the K-12 education system, step up to those opportunities. And I think you guys, if you will focus on achievement and growth, like you should have been doing for years, if you'll focus on achievement and growth and objective measures of the school system, reestablish some discipline in your middle schools and your high schools, I think you'll find that there's amazing things that you're going to do with this school board going forward. Congratulations again, and I look forward to working with y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Womack. Next, we have the vision statement.
Lee County Schools, in partnership with the community, will provide challenging learning experiences for students in a safe and supportive environment. We are committed to academic excellence, technological innovations, social responsibility, and lifelong learning. Our success will be demonstrated by the achievement of our students and their positive participation in society.
Code of Ethics for School.
Ethics, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was just reminding you.
I
about
apologize.
that. That's okay.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
Code of Ethics for School Board Members, Policy 2120. The board recognizes that collectively and individually, all members of the board must adhere to an accepted code of ethics in order to improve public education. Members of the Lee County Board of Education should avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the board. Avoid the solicitation and/or acceptance of gifts in return for advice or assistance on matters concerning the operation of the business of the board. Avoid the misuse of public funds. Avoid misrepresentation or falsification of facts. And avoid making confidential information public. The board accepts the Code of Ethics established by the North Carolina School Boards Association.
Thank you. Our next item is to approve the agenda. In accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, we can actually remove things from the consent agenda to add to business items with any one board member. It has been requested to move items 3 through 6 under the consent agenda, will now be items numbers 4 through 7 under new business. And before we approve this agenda, are there any additional modification requests?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we add an item to new business to discuss hiring outside counsel to investigate the sexual assault issue that's been publicly reported in our county.
Is there a second?
I second.
All are in favor, say aye.
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 All those against? Aye.
We can open the floor I'm sorry, we should have done that first. Let's open the floor for discussion, and then we'll vote again. I'm sorry.
I guess, Madam Chair, having made that motion, I guess just to give a bit of detail, so I'm not familiar with any private details of that. I've seen the reports in the rant and just local reports, and the allegations of sexual misconduct that apparently have went back, it's reported for potentially 10 years. I just think there's a lot of risk to our school system, and as a parent, it just makes me uncomfortable. So I think that as a school system, we should look internally to if there were any red flags that were missed or any issues lingering beyond just the teacher the allegations have been brought against.
Does anyone else have comments?
I don't see why we would move forward with hiring outside counsel at the cost of taxpayer funds when we have internal counsel, and we're not investigating at this point. It's been turned over to the sheriff's department, and until the sheriff's department investigation is done, anything we would do would be peremptory. Our attorney is to serve as our representative for ensuring that we have proper representation as we enter into this. And I would say that it would be too early to make that decision, considering our new board members haven't even been briefed on the details of the situation as it stands.
Closed, so that the board can receive an update on that matter.
And then we can come back out
Right.
and make that decision. Yes, ma'am. So it's been suggested by the lawyers that we have this discussion after closed session,
So put the item on the agenda
for closed session.
for after closed session.
I got this, yeah. Okay, so we're going to add that, and ours will actually be under, it will be I.
XV.
Under closed session, it's an I because someone is adding the H. So we will come back after we have that discussion in closed session, and then we'll come back out after closed session, and it'll be an action item.
That's what I was, yep. Got it.
All right? Are there any other motions in reference to the agenda?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to add the new business.
Okay, what would you like to add to new business, sir?
I would like to see about having a new third-party performance audit performed, being we're all new school members.
I would second that.
Point of information, what is the performance audit? Do you mean a financial audit or?
All of it.
We will put it under new business, and we will discuss it. Is that okay? Will that work for you? Okay. So all those in favor of adding a performance audit under new business, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against? Adding it to the agenda? We're just adding it to the agenda for discussion.
Aye.
No, ma'am, I do not. It appears that this is an item, so the community understands what's going on. We are just asking to add it to the agenda for discussion. And we have 4 board members, Davison, Gaster, Rummel, and Womack,
Add Bowen, I don't object to having it on the agenda for discussion.
And, well, Senator Bowen now. Do you object to having it on the agenda for discussion, Patrick?
No.
Do you understand the question?
Aye, it's on the agenda.
I approve adding it to the agenda.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, then it's unanimous. It's now added to the agenda. Thank you. All right. Are there any other motions to be added to the agenda?
Madam Chair, I'd also like to make a motion to add an item to the closed session agenda, specifically to discuss superintendent, performance evaluations in the contract, and just discuss some legal questions surrounding that contract as well.
You would like that in closed session, of course, and that would be your H&I. Okay. Before we approve this agenda, I just make sure that everyone clearly understands what we're doing. We are moving items 4, 5, and 6, and 7. We have moved those down to new business, so the new members have clarification on what's going on there. We also have, in closed session, it's an additional, I'm not certain whether the lawyer thinks we have to have it written in there or not, because it still meets the same criteria. That's what I was thinking. Okay. And I wasn't going to vote on it if you were allegedly, our lawyer said that you were going to provide a document what tells us what to go into closed session that would actually cover that content. Yes, ma'am. And so that is actually covered under that motion, so I don't think that we actually need that motion. Does that make sense? Okay. Are you okay with that, Mr. Gasser?
That's fine, thank you.
Mr. Romo? Okay. All right, I got you. Okay, now we go into the, are there any other motions? I know it's rough because it's our first one and everybody's together, but at least everybody will be heard. Now we have an approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make one more motion.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. I would like to move to new business to have discussion on engaging a liaison for the county commissioners, to authorize a third-party performance audit of the Lee County school system as well.
Is that different than the motion that's already been made?
It's just providing a liaison from our board to the commissioners to provide them information.
Mr. Gaster, if I can kindly interject for a second. We actually have, the chair and the vice chair is actually normally the liaison, and it's appointed that way, but when we get to committee assignments, if that's something you're interested in, we can discuss that further. Is that okay with you?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right. No, pending any other additions?
Madam Chair, I've got one more for you, sorry. I would like to make a motion just to add another item to new business to discuss the Lee County School Board legal representation contract.
Is that item number 5 under, I'm sorry, if 3, 4, 5, and 6 are now 4, 5, 6, and 7, are these 8 and 9?
Number 7 is the security entrance. 8 is the performance audit. 9 is the legal representation.
I think, just as a note, and by policy, it's recommended that any amendments to the agenda come out when the agenda comes out. But this is why we don't have these moments sitting at the board table.
Everything that is coming before, I'm assuming you're calling a point of order. Everything that's coming before the board at this time is currently within Robert's Rule of Order and legal. It's a new board. We have a policy that clearly states we would like to have our agenda items 4 days in advance so we can review them. Everything that has been added or has been requested to be added is not something that material would be brought before the board for them to review. It's basically for discussion. So I think that clarifies that. So we will move ahead with the agenda items as we have just discussed, and I have no problem reviewing this again for you guys one more time. The main thing is when we get to new business, we're going to have the budget resolution, then what exceeds 50, all that stays the same. Budget calendar, then we're doing a finance statement, government deals, Warren Williams security entrance design, Lee County High School security interest design, performance audit, and then the legal representation contract. Any questions? Now I would entertain a motion if someone would like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair, wasn't there an update to closed session also?
Yes, but she said we did not need to do that.
But we're not, okay. Okay.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Motion passes.
Need a vote.
All those in favor of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against it? Say nay? Okay. Now we have the approval of the minutes. I would entertain a motion for approval of the minutes.
Madam Chair, I moved that we approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of November 1st, 2022, the special called board meeting of 11/21/2022, and the student transfer appeal hearings of 12/1/2022.
Second.
Motion passes. Anyone, all in favor, say aye.
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 Is that unanimous? That was unanimous, Susan. All, and against, there was none. So our next would be our announcement of reports that are non-action items. We will now have the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of updates for tonight. A couple of highlights happened over the last couple of weeks. The Sandley Middle School had a validation visit from AVID, Advancement Via Individual Determination, and were revalidated as a demonstration site for schools. And I think a lot of you know AVID is an opportunity for students to search out and improve for college and career readiness. And Sandley's done a really great job with that. And we'll sort of observe from an outside group and revalidate them for AVID. We're also very grateful to the Lee County Education Foundation and Worthy Lands Trust, who came together to put out a new award for teachers at the elementary school level, teams of teachers who have performed successfully on accountability with growth and proficiency over the last year. And we're very grateful for them. It was named after Ernest and Ruby McSwain, longtime members of the community, and the money was provided to those teachers in a ceremony. Lee County Education Foundation, Worthy Lands Trust have been great supporters of the school district throughout the pandemic, and have done once again come together to, I think, provide something very unique to our teachers and support them for their efforts and to recognize excellence in the classroom. So very, very grateful to them for what they did. And finally, just a reminder that we had informational sessions starting about a week and a half ago for our Caterpillar Apprenticeship Program. And as you all know, that's a partnership between Lee County Schools and Central Carolina Community College and Caterpillar that's been recognized for the apprenticeship program and students getting a welding certificate and apprenticeship and being able to take advantage of all those things and work for Caterpillar during their time as high school students starting as juniors. Great program, has been recognized nationally, and I think one of the things just to remind people of, make sure we get those applications up and going for those students. So, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Next, we have our committee reports. Quick.
Can I have a point of personal privilege as the outgoing chairman? I did have one item under the outgoing chairman's report regarding the national conference.
Would you like to present that?
I would, if with your permission.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, as was noted in a prior meeting, the North Carolina School Boards Association has disassociated with what was previously the National School Boards Association and has formed a new organization called the Consortium of State School Boards Association, acronym COSBA. And the first conference of the new national organization will be held on March 31st through April 2nd in Tampa, Florida. Any board member is encouraged to go, and the registration is already open. As you can see, March is just around the corner. This is an opportunity that I would like to be able to attend, and as we get closer to that, if the board would perhaps approve expanding the professional development budget to help offset the extensive cost of that particular conference, I would be much appreciative. But I wanted to put the information out there that this is a conference that allows you to connect with state school board association members from all over the country. And we're formulating a brand-new organization and would encourage anyone who has the means and the time available to take part. Thank you.
I purposely did not make that announcement for multiple reasons. We will be reviewing our policy in reference to the education and how finances are divvied out between board members. So the community clearly understands there's a certain budget that each board member gets to go to training. For several years, there are times when they do not use those dollars to go to training, and that's why we want to reassess that policy and go through with it. And we also have multiple recommendations as far as what we'll be doing in the future as far as retreats. But I appreciate you providing that information and putting it out there for us.
Thank you.
And next, we have the committee report. We'll start with Mr. Kelly for curriculum and instruction.
At this time, we did not meet, but our next meeting is February 1st, 3:30, Tramway Elementary School. Hope to see everyone there.
Next, we have facilities and technology. Jamie Ladati, I'm sorry.
Facilities and Technology met on November 29th, chaired by outgoing member Pat McCracken. We authorized a couple of different items. It was a consensus of the committee to declare 4 vehicles of surplus and place them on GovDeals, which is an auction website, to be sold. We placed that on the consent agenda. That's, of course, been moved to new business after the agenda adjustment. We reviewed the Warren Williams security entrance design. We suggested an update to the canopy installed over a wheelchair ramp. We placed that revised design on the consent agenda, which has been moved to new business after the agenda adjustment. We reviewed the Lee County High School security entrance design. And it was the consensus of the committee to approve that entrance design and place that on the consent agenda, which has also been moved to the new business agenda after the agenda adjustment. Next Facilities and Technology Committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, January the 24th at 4:30 p.m., second floor conference room in the Hines Education Building.
Then there was no finance meeting. And there was no policy meeting, but Mr. Kelly, could you tell us when your next policy meeting is?
January 17th at 5 p.m. on the second floor of the Hines Educational Building.
Much. And, of course.
I failed to recognize one thing during my report, so if I could ask Dr. Waller to come forward, please. I'd like to further recognize Clean School of the Month. Thank you.
Chair, board members, Dr. Braun, very happy to recognize this month as our Clean School Award winner would be East Lee with Robert Newby as principal and Edward Green, James Hardy, Winston Fox, and Barbara Petty as the custodians for East Lee.
Over here.
We thank you for this opportunity to have Eastleigh Middle School as a clean school. We pride ourselves in making sure that our students and our families walk into our schools and make sure that it's clean and welcoming. I do have one of my custodians, Mr. Hardy, here. The rest of them could not come today, but we appreciate this opportunity and we take this award. We appreciate it so very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is the consent agenda. And currently, after the rearranging of the agenda, fundraisers and contributions and donations are the only two items on the consent agenda. I would now entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is
Second.
there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. Everybody's aye. It's fun meetings now. Now we're going on to unfinished business, and that would be the policies for second reading, parts 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. For our second readings of our policies that came from our policy committee, we have our first policy on part 1, 2123, policy 4130, policy 4525/6125, policy 7130, policy 3420, policy 3460, policy 3620, policy 4050, policy 4100, 4110, 4155, 4400, and 4700 for our part 1. For part 2, we have policy 3620. Not a list of them. That's Here we go. Policy for part 2, policy 2123, policy 4130, policy 4525, 6125, 7130, 3420, 3460, 3620, 4050, 4100 again, 4110, 4155, 4400, and 4700. Madam Chair, at this time, that concludes, I think, all of the one we have for reading.
Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, because I am a new board member and we're being asked to vote on this, I'm sure it was an oversight, but I'm wondering if we could possibly send this back to committee. What we have received only it doesn't delineate, as is indicated on that first page, that there's color coding. In other words, I'm not able to discern what we're actually changing in our policies. And again, I'm sure it was an oversight, but would like to see if it's possible just to be corrected so that I would, and maybe others would feel more comfortable voting on it, because I think it does matter that we understand what we are voting on. I'm not indicating that there's an issue or a problem there. I would just like to know what we are being asked to approve.
But you didn't have any concerns with any of the policies?
Not specifically, because I don't know what to be concerned about, if there is anything. But I would just like for us to be able to know that, and I would present that as a motion if I could, that be sent back to committee. I understand it would delay us just a month. And again, it's solely for that reason that I would even suggest this.
Mr. Kelly, how many policies total was those 3?
So, and Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, it's just these on part 1, the ones I read out. So part 2 and part 3 listed on our agenda is just the policies written out through, I guess, the whole cover sheet of them, the whole policies. So it's truly just the part I read on part 1, but I think what Board Member Davidson is talking about at the bottom, we have additions, deletions, in the blue and the yellow, you would like more time to read over it to see what those changes are before you vote on it, which I can totally understand that. And if you're making a motion to table that to the next meeting, that does not bother me one bit. As
I appreciate that, and I will make that motion that we would table the approval of the second reading until our next meeting.
Okay, so the motion has been made to table the second reading until our next
Point
board
of
meeting.
discussion on that, if I could. Would it be worthwhile to call Dr. Waller forward to ensure that there's none of these that have a specific state deadline for implementation? Sorry, Dr. Waller.
Motion on the table.
While she's coming up, just a point of information that the color coding is on the website under the committees page, has all the color coding and all of the strike-throughs and additions and subtractions and everything that I believe Board Member Davidson's looking for.
I appreciate you telling me that. I did not know that, and I would have certainly have looked at that and will going forward, but the other new board members, they haven't spoken. I'm not speaking for them, but it might be beneficial for them, and since we don't have the opportunity to go look at it now, the motion would stand.
For
Thank you.
clarification, I'm not against tabling.
I understand.
Just sharing
I appreciate it.
information.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
There is not a deadline on any of these. The color coding comes before the board on first reading.
Okay.
And then the second reading is when all of those corrections and additions are cleaned up, for lack of a better term. And then you would see the copy that actually goes in our online version as well as in our hard copy. So second reading does just have the policy
Okay.
as correct.
Again, I did not know that
No,
as a new board member.
But there is no time on any
Okay,
of these.
that's the main thing.
Some clarification from the new board members. All of you during your orientation process, were you made aware of where the policies were, how the colors, I'm talking to the new board members.
Sorry.
Were you made aware of the color coding process and where to locate those boards on our website where you can reach the legal documents that pertain to those policies? Were you provided that information?
Madam Chair, I was shown where to find the policies, which I've already looked into some of the policies over what I talked about over the last year. What I was not entailed to was where to find the color coding. And that was one of the things that I asked in my meetings, was to provide the existing policies. And I'm still waiting on that information to see what the existing policy said before it was reevaluated. And so, but color coding and all that stuff, I had no idea that that was even available, to let you know what the state guidelines were, what the federal guidelines were, and what the board for Lee County has done in the policy.
Yes, sir. Okay. Is there any further discussion?
I'll second Mr. Davidson's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Madam Chair, if I may, on policy 2123, so that was, I think, the first one on the list that specifically discussed, or at least part of it was new board member orientation. And I think, the point that was just made about color codes that we weren't aware of, I think reading through that, I don't have that policy right in front of me, but there are some, there's at least one use in there of the word should. And then there are examples of items that could potentially be presented to new board members as part of orientation. Just having read through that and having just been through orientation myself, I would ask, and I don't know if this needs to be a separate motion, but that specific policy, I feel like we have some work that we could do on that policy to specify some things that new board members should get going forward, like specific items, just specific bits of training, specific materials that would help for new board members to be up to speed as soon as possible. So I'll kind of let you direct me if that needs to be a separate
Yes,
motion.
sir. No, Mr. Rommel, that is an excellent point, and that's exactly why we have second readings for policy. It allows us the opportunity to improve on what we have, and that's why we're not allowed to put a policy forward and make it go through the same meeting. So this is a great opportunity for the policy committee to go back and take feedback from the new board members, you three, and also Mr. Ladati, if he doesn't mind, information so they can determine what they feel like they may have needed during the orientation process. But that does not need to be a second motion because this is actually going back to committee. Does that make sense, sir?
Thank you.
You okay with that? Okay. So I want to make sure. So the motion was on the table for us to remove the policy second reading and to send it back to committee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, nay. The ayes have it, the motion passes. You're welcome. Now we're getting to new business. And the first order of new business, we are requesting Ms. Kelly Jones to come and speak to us about the budget resolution.
Madam Chair and members of the board, you have before you the budget resolution for the 22-23 school year. This resolution includes all of the customary components of the budget that bring the school system in compliance with the Fiscal and Budget Control Act for 22-23.
I move to approve the 2022-2023 budget resolution as presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, nay. Okay. The motion passes. The next one is the invoices that exceed $50,000, and again, we're asking for your help, Ms. Kelly.
Okay. You do have a list before you of various items that will exceed the $50,000 limit for this particular school year. If you remember back throughout the year, from July through December, we had already approved some of these contracts for these same vendors. So with this, it will continue to exceed, and I just felt like it was necessary to bring those back to the board. This will be for the January through June time period, and I have the amounts listed along with all of the different companies that it pertains to.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, if I may on this, so to be honest with you, this is an item, I was able to briefly review this, but with orientation Monday, and then, the training that we just had this week, I haven't had a chance to read into the details.
Okay.
So the question I just had was, do these have to be passed? Does this need to be passed at this board meeting? Or would we have time to table until next month just to provide a bit of extra time?
The thing is these are services for exceptional ed children, and those services will start on January the 2nd. So if we do delay, then it would delay those services.
Fair enough.
Motion to approve the invoices that exceed 50,000.
Second.
Motion is on the table to approve the invoices that exceed $50,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, nay. Ayes have it, motion passes. Next, we have the budget calendar, and again, Ms. Jones.
You have before you the budget calendar for the 23-24 budget calendar year. Typically, we bring this to the December board meeting, and this just outlines the dates for the budget process.
Any discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve the 2023-24 budget calendar has been brought forward in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, nay. Motion passes. Next is the financial statement that someone had requested that it be moved, and I'm assuming it's new board members. The financial statement is something that we all get in a huge packet. And I don't know what their questions are in reference to that, but that's why that was moved to new business. I just wanted to clarify that.
Madam Chair, if I might speak to that just for a moment. And what I would like to know is, I guess, really, what are we supposed to be looking at as a board in terms of those areas that are listed and how all of that comes together so that we're able to have a sense of what all of that means. So that is my question. Is this something that, I don't know, Madam Chair, if this actually is a motion or just more of a question about that process, because understand it's a huge amount of dollars that you deal with. And I do have some experience in finance, but I guess what I'm asking is, what is it that as board members we should be really focusing on And maybe this goes back to what was discussed earlier about maybe this needs to happen at a different time, or maybe this would be an opportunity for us to help the public to understand where our dollars and cents are being spent and how they're being spent, and so I don't know if that's a request necessarily, but just a statement. But am I allowed to ask at least one question to Ms. Jones? Do we have a fund balance
Yes, sir.
as a school board? What is our fund balance?
The current fund balance is $5 million,
$5 million, okay.
roughly. Not getting into the pennies and the.
Okay, all right. That's all I had at this point.
Is there any more questions for Ms. Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, so I guess I would have one too. So again, this is, I'm trying to pull this up now so I can speak at least somewhat intelligently, but it looks like the document for this financial report is about 58 pages. So I guess maybe a question I would have, is this something that could be reviewed monthly rather than consent agenda, maybe highlights, or, if there's unforeseen expenses that showed up, just to kind of keep us in the loop a bit, because it is a large document. I think this is done per school, if I'm looking at that correctly.
That is correct. That is their checkbook.
I mean, is that something that would be meaningful to, I don't know, to any of the other board members? It's finances. I'm cognizant of finances, and, just want to make sure I'm not suggesting that you're not a good steward of the school finances, but just to provide us more information that would be meaningful.
I agree. It's the same way as I do banking. My finances, trying to make sure knowing where every dollar goes, if that helps any at all.
It is discussed in the Finance Committee, so, I mean, that's the one thing, is if it's something that you're really passionate about, then certainly the Finance Committee might be a good place for you to dig into it. There is a uniform chart of accounts that help you to kind of read all of the labels, and it takes time to come to peace with that. But I think what I've used these school-by-school checkbooks is because you tend to notice which schools are having good community support, because you'll see donations and where those donations are coming from. And those are earmarked for that school. Then you notice that some schools don't get a lot of donations. And so I use that to kind of be aware of the schools that are connecting well with their community and seeing a tangible reward to that. But I'm not going to go through and nitpick dollars. That's not really the point. That's the information I draw from it. I don't know what other people do with this, but you do look at certain things, because sometimes you'll see a comparative thing where one school has spent a substantial amount of money on a particular line item and other schools haven't. And so that can bring up a discussion of, hey, why did BT Bullock need this, but J.R. Ingram didn't? Those kinds of things. They're really good at the budget time.
Would you two mind explaining to them what you actually get from this report that you receive each month? What do you take away from it? What do you glean from this report? And it's always good to have experience.
Going on what Board Member Bowen said, comparing schools and looking at the difference of the community support, but then also certain schools may have to spend a certain amount of money on a project that may be needed. It may be a repair, or it may be a festival or something going on. I mean, basically just some of the same things that Sandra said, but also it's a good way to, if you want to dig into the numbers, I mean, that's getting down to the lowest level, is at the school level checkbook. These codes in the school budget, I mean, are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages, and this is just I don't want to say a snapshot, but one of the easiest ways to understand it.
Daddy?
I reviewed it at a high level. I trust the Finance Committee that has gone through it a little bit deeper, and I trust the principals when I talk to them on school visits, as far as what they need, what their needs are, whether it's being met. So that's sort of how I use it. I use it as a reference, but as one piece to a larger piece.
Yeah, so no one's actually questioning the trust. We're just seeing what you gain from getting that report. if that makes sense. At the end of the report, it talks about the school board members and things that, how they spend money. Would you mind assisting our new board members, explaining that process to them, what those codes are?
We do list out each board member along with the items that they have spent for that particular month. The first page you'll actually see is just a snapshot of everything compiled on one page, just so that it's a quick overview. The second and third page, you will see that that is detailing the dates and what classes or whatnot that the board members have participated in. And I only felt it necessary to include all board members on this report for this board meeting, just so that it was on the up and up, so.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Was that me or someone else? The sheet or the page that's in the FYI packet, is that a computation of kind of all of that in that?
This one?
Uh-huh.
This is actually our books.
Okay.
The other report that you were speaking of is the school
schools.
books.
Okay.
I will make this notation that anything over $500, they do have to send it to central office. So anytime they are going to cut a check more than $500, it does have to come to central office, and I have to sign off on it. A copy is kept within our books at central office, as well as they have to have a copy for their audit books as well.
I guess one of the things I was just hoping that we can do as a board is to be so transparent with the community that they are able to have some understanding of where the money's going and how it's being spent and those type of things. And I do think that's important, and I don't know if there's, because of the vastness of this, if there's a way we can do it better. And so that's just kind of a point that I'm raising as well. So, but thank you for all you do. It's a lot.
Thank you, and I appreciate everybody being patient with the newer board members, but I'd also like to remind them, the fact that it is on an action item, it is not an FYI for the financial statement. And I just heard someone kind of briefly talk about how I'm there, and, you know, it's just there for my reference. It's not actually there just for your reference, it's there for you to take action, and the lawyer can intervene, but quite frankly, you are legally responsible for the fiscal responsibility within our school system. So I would not take that lightly, and I do appreciate all your questions and concerns, and we'll see what we can do to improve that.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
If there's no other comments,
Move to approve the financial statements as presented.
Second.
okay, we have a second as well. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? The ayes have it, motion passes. Next, we get, Jamie Ladati gets to talk to us about the government deals with the vehicle surplus. So what vehicles are coming up and what's happening there?
There are 4 vehicles that are end of life, all ranging from 25 years old to about 15 years old. A couple of them have blown engines. We approved all 4 of those to be sold on govdeals.com. It's a website that we've used in the past successfully and been able to maximize the money return on surplus equipment. And so we approved facilities to sell those vehicles that way, to surplus those vehicles and sell them that way.
New board members, did you have any questions?
No, I think for me, just to comment there, I definitely appreciate that moving from consent agenda just to new business, just because it's a quick thing to throw out there and get more people aware that we're selling these, because this money goes straight back to the school system, right? So the more folks that know that there's going to be an online auction for some vehicles, I think the better. So thank you.
So if you want a blown-out car and help our school system, go to this site.
Motion to approve.
Second.
The motion has been forward and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Next again, Jamie Ladati. I think they have some questions in reference to the Warren Williams Security Interest Design.
Yes, one of the items we're trying to get done this year is to increase security of all of our schools. We're reviewing the security design individually by school. Warren Williams' design came up. We reviewed the drawings. Don't have them in front of me at the moment, but there was some feedback that we needed to make some adjustments to the design. We specifically had some concerns about a wheelchair ramp. Warren Williams serves a different population than maybe some of our other schools, and so we felt it necessary to include that wheelchair ramp with a canopy in the security design. So we sent that back to, it was the consensus to send that back to the architects for an adjustment to the design, and that's what we did. And that was on the consent agenda until the adjustments.
Mr. Lottie, you mind going ahead and discussing the security entrance for the Lee County High School as well, since they're similar?
Lee County High School was the same. We reviewed the drawings of the security entrance updates. I believe there were 4 entrances total that were going to be secured in this round of security updates. The committee approved those drawings and put that approval on the consent agenda.
Did any of the new board members have additional questions that ask it to be moved?
So I don't necessarily have a question about that. I was able to attend that facilities meeting and hear this, but I guess just to clarify for those who weren't able to, and maybe for my own clarification. So, I mean, this is basically us approving that design to be sent out for bid, and then obviously those bids come back to review, right?
Correct.
That's where we're at. Okay.
Yep.
So now I would entertain a motion for those two items.
I do have a question just related to, are these the first 2 entrances that have been considered? I think this is to go to more schools than just these 2. And kind of where are we in that process?
Yep. Believe we've done the elementary schools. Chris, do you want to speak to that? Or-
Madam Chair, Chris McNeil is here and has the details of that whole process.
Good afternoon, y'all.
Hello.
Welcome, new board members.
Thank you.
Get y'all updated on the security entrance. The first phase we went through was Lee County High School, Southern Lee, West Lee, East Lee, and San Lee. We bidded that process out, awarded it, and they're in the process of working on that right now. Majority of the work will be done. There's some going to be done during the Christmas break, and then the majority of it will be finished during the summer. Just because you got school and you got to do the entrances and we can't keep them closed. The Lee County, what y'all are trying to approve right now, is that we have 4 gate entrances that has gates that they're locked. They have push bars that you have to release, and that's fire code. We're going to go in there and put double doors with badge readers and you call a phone where you have to buzz in, let in. So, because right now everybody comes around the front, but we have students that park, so make it convenient and safety-wise where they have to buzz in to get in the schools.
I just think this is important that we keep the community updated on where we are at in this process. So thank you for sharing that, because I know this is something that we're all concerned about, the security of our schools, and thank you for the update. I was at the meeting too, and learned a lot, but some things, again, just bringing it out so folks know that this is ongoing, this is happening, and we're trying to get there as quickly as we can to make our schools as safe and secure as possible. So thank you.
Thank you.
As a point of discussion as well, I do want to just be mindful that when you're talking about security entrances, obviously we want to be transparent and say we're working on them, but we also want to be careful that we don't disclose what we perceive as vulnerabilities at the same time. And so there are times that you've got to kind of draw a line in the sand to say we are working on security, but you don't want to necessarily get too much detail out there either. So just a point of information and clarification.
And the new board members, you will hear that when we get to closed session, and I'm certain that you were not asking for the specific codes and details to get in there.
No.
But I do appreciate it so much. Now, I would now entertain the motion for both of those entrance designs to be approved.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All nay? The ayes have it, both motions pass. Thank you, Chris. Now we are going to board comments, and first of all, I actually want to thank our previous chair, and I will give her the opportunity to speak first.
Thank you. As the time has come for us to reorganize this board, I know that it's almost like an election hangover when you come to this board. You're kind of riding a wave of a win, and it is a feeling, a kind of euphoric feeling of achieving that goal, and I know that that is phenomenal. And so I do congratulate those who are coming here for the first time. And I also know that a real board meeting, when you get into the weeds sometimes on policy, it feels like a cold splash of water to your face, and it kind of brings you back to a sense of reality. And so many people know that I was not really a huge fan of turning the elections for this position into a partisan one. And one thing I have said before is, you've come through a partisan election, let's not make this a partisan board. Let's talk through issues. We're not always going to agree. We're not always going to disagree, as we've already seen at the table here this evening. We can talk through, discuss, and then come to a decision that is best for the students and staff of Lee County Schools. Our goal is to set an example of how to work with a disparate number of ideas, and to be able to work together for improvement and the betterment of our schools. And so I look forward to working with each one of you. If I can do anything to help you along the way, answer questions, give feedback, don't take a single voice. There are some who think they are the end-all and know-all of everything there is to know, and they're not, and I don't claim to be either, but I will give you the information as I know it, and I will be a reference for you at any time. Let me know if I can help, and to the people, you know that I'm still me, and I'm still going to do what I do and support Lee County Schools. Thank you.
Buddy?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ms. Bowen for her leadership. Thank you for that. I have a short time on here. I was only on for 4 or 5 months, but I appreciated it, so thank you. I just wanted to take a quick minute to recognize the IB program at Lee County High School. Ran into a parent who said, and I quote, "I knew the IB program was going to be great, but I didn't realize just how well it was run." She was excited to share that her child was getting mail from Stanford, even though they had not applied there. So I want to publicly thank Mrs. Brown for her leadership in that program. I believe the program has about 80 students enrolled currently. It's a great program for our high school students. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the untimely passing of Miss Sharon Newby on December 2nd. Miss Newby was an English teacher at Lee County High School, but she was so much more than that. She was a pillar of our school system and of this community. I had the honor and privilege of attending Miss Newby's memorial service on Saturday, where I heard of all the other hats that she wore. She was a faithful church secretary. She was a member of the church kitchen committee. She was a youth leader at her church. She helped establish school tutoring programs. Listen to how she scheduled her cancer treatments on Friday so she could recover on the weekends and be ready Monday to teach. I heard of how she always had time to help others and offer an encouraging word. I heard how she was the glue over at Lee County High School by Miss Bridges, who gave a great memory speech. I really don't think the average person knows or understands how much teachers pour into their classrooms. While others were busy talking, she walked the walk. In remembrance of Miss Newby, In remembrance of Miss Newby, I charge this board to walk the walk just like she did. She had our kids first every single step, and I hope that we can do the same. And I also ask my fellow board members to keep their thoughts and prayers centered around her husband and the entire Newby family. Her husband we just saw him earlier. He's the principal at East Lee Middle School. Just hope that we can wrap that family in prayer. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Mr. Kelly?
I'd kind of like to echo Mr. Lalati's statements. I had the privilege of working with Mr. and Mrs. Newby throughout my time in education, and she was a wonderful human being. And she was one of the teachers I think students look forward to seeing in the hallways every day. And Mr. Newby, I'm sure that the staff and our administration supported him and will continue to support him in this time of grieving and moving forward because he's in his first year as well as East Lee Middle. I want to talk about something because we're coming up in this, it is December, and this is something I think other new board members can be passionate about, and welcome to the board. It used to be that exams took place in the next few weeks. Well, now those exams, the last few years, take place in January. And that is something that the school boards across the state and myself has taken up as one of the biggest issues we have is that students will leave in a few weeks, go home for a winter break, Christmas break, and have to come back and take the exams a week later. And that time away from the school actually hurts our performance grades and our test scores. And I would encourage you to look into that issue as much as I have and be a voice to our legislators about changing that and making exams back in December. Again, welcome to the board, and I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Gaster?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the public for putting such faith in me and the other new board members to provide a new set of eyes and a new mindset into the school board going forward. I would like to thank all the other school board members that I look forward to working with each and every one of you, learning from each and every one of you. And there's a lot that I need to learn because this is my first rodeo, so looking forward to that. But the main thing is just like what Sandra said, you know, we're going to have our differences and we're going to have differences of opinion, but at the end of the day, if we can collectively come together for the betterment of our children, then that's what we need to do. And always put our kids first. And I appreciate the information that you shared about getting the exams back in December, because I know from my own kids, when they have a break, the last thing they want to do is take an exam. So I appreciate you saying that. That really needs to be changed back to December. I agree with that 100%. So anyway, much forwardly, I would, if it was me, I'd hate to know I was coming back after a Christmas vacation, had to sit in class, take exams. I mean, that's not something I'd look forward to. But I just want to thank everybody, and I yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Davidson?
First, I'll start by just thanking our community for putting their faith in me and to this board for selecting me as vice chair. You have my commitment that I want what is best for our students, our schools, our community. That's why I ran. I, too, am learning. As you sit on this side of the table, things change, and it's a different perspective. I'm very thankful for our administration and our schools, our teachers, the staff. Some of you know, but not all of you. Today was my last day as a substitute teacher in Lee County Schools, and I did not think it was going to be as emotional as it was. And these teachers and staff, they work so hard, and I appreciate them so much and what they do for our children. For some of these students, that teacher is the most consistent person in their life. And so teachers, thank you. Keep on doing that and teaching them. I know teachers are teaching. I've seen it. I wish our students listened more, and because they're missing out on some great wisdom and opportunities to learn. I do look forward to doing what we can to improve our school system, and that's my heart and my desire is to be a help, not a hindrance, and I'm determined to do my very best over these next 4 years, and I feel like I have a lot to live up to for the confidence that's been placed in me. I don't take that lightly, and I count it as an honor to serve Lee County Schools. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Davidson. Mr. Romo?
Right. So I guess if anybody's seen me speak here from this podium, I try to prepare remarks because I am passionate about this, so I'd probably tend to go way over time if I didn't prepare something, so I've done that. I do want to thank everybody, fellow board members, everybody that showed up tonight, my family, to give us a warm welcome here today. I really am humbled that the parents and voters of Lee County elected me and are trusting me to help set educational course for the children of our county. I meant every word that I've said over the past year plus at these meetings from this podium as a concerned parent, and I'll continue to bring the same inquiry and accountability to the board. To parents, I'd just like to say that you are welcome here. In the past, that's been said, but I feel like sometimes actions have suggested otherwise. So, I just wanted to say that these are your kids, and I don't just value your opinions. I feel like I need those to make fully thought-out decisions from the seat I'm in now. To my fellow board members, we're here to serve the children in our community, and I'm just hopeful that days of political action and sometimes surrendering, or what I've seen as surrendering our local authority to state or other entities, needs to end. Lee County voters elected us to make decisions for Lee County schools, and that's what I intend to do. So to teachers, TAs, and staff, the days of getting what I've seen sometimes as lip service from the board hopefully are over. You're teaching our kids, and your opinions and thoughts matter and are very important. The teacher work condition survey, which I've talked about a few times from the other podium, it will be an important part in my decision process as I work. And I hope to work with the administration to identify some new ways to gather your thoughts, opinions, and concerns beyond that. I believe it's a biannual survey. And we're also going to need your help to try to improve daily work life, just as employees of Lee County Schools. To the administration, I'm here to support you, but I'm also here to push and challenge you to ensure that we have the best plans in place to make our school system the best that it can be. We have been in decline for a decade as a county school system as a whole, and to me, that's not acceptable. So I would ask, please be prepared to discuss problems here and solutions openly, and not just to come here to celebrate things. So with that, just thanks again to everyone, and I do look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
I'm the last one for as comments go, and I can just say I'm excited. I just think I'm excited. It's not because I'm in this seat. I'm excited because some people cared enough to run for office and try to make a difference in our children's lives, and that's amazing to me. This is not, to me, people were concerned, well, she's going to run it like a military mission. Well, I might. We have one mission. Our mission is growth and achievement. Everything focuses around that and our children. And I look so forward to all these board members. Some of them are so talented in areas that they're not going to tell you about because they only tell you during a campaign when they brag, like someone who has actually done public speaking before. Like we have Sandra here, we have an IT specialist here. Patrick Kelly needs to be in that legal aspect where he's talking about where he presents things forward. We got Gaster, who's everybody's good old boy, but now they call him, the mad dog or whatever. And we got Eric Davison, strong Christian man as well. Alan, who loves data. What I want the community to know is this. We may not have it all together. And you're watching this board and you may think even the superintendent forgot to do the Clean School Award. But that doesn't matter because we may not have it all together, but together we have it all. And the one thing that we all have in common is we want what's best for Lee County and our children in Lee County. Now, that being said, my time is over. However, thanks to another board member, we need to go back to new business and go under item number 8 and discuss the performance audits. And I believe that came from Mr. Gaster. Are you the one that made that motion? Yep.
Let's see here. Back when I mentioned about having the audits done in a purpose format, a purpose and function format, so it would clearly outline where the money is being spent, is that what you're talking about, or?
Well, I thought that your recommendation had something to do with having a performance audit.
Yes. Yeah, where wanted to have a motion to add have a new third-party performance audit performed. And the reason behind that was because we have 3 new board members, and it would be nice for a total new audit to be performed so we can get clarification on the newest numbers and information from that.
The point of clarification, again, I asked previously, are you talking about a financial audit or a programmatic audit?
Well, why don't we just do both?
They're totally different things with totally different price tags.
So let's start with the money. I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
My point of information would be, how many audits do we already go through on a monthly to yearly basis?
When is I'm under the assumption, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to get at what you're getting at. You're talking about a performance audit. When have we had a performance audit within our school system? And I know that we had an audit earlier that the county commissioners paid for. Does anyone know anything about that audit?
We also have our yearly audit that will be coming out probably December. It'll be, the end of this month, have it before us, usually by the January meeting. Would you
I
want
think
to
you
call
need
Ms.
to know
Jones?
performance audit and financial audit. Financial audit would come out in January. Performance audit would be the program audits, basically is what you're speaking to. And I think what the chairman is speaking to, probably 12, 15 years ago, there was some kind of audit. It was when Commissioner Womack sat on the Board of Commissioners. That was the last time there was a performance audit, is when your husband sat on the Board of Commissioners.
Yeah, and I think that was 2012, which is 10 years ago.
And that was a performance audit?
Yes, it was with Evergreen Solutions, and it was requirements of the contract with Lee County for the financial review of Lee County schools. They developed a detailed set of information about the status of each Lee County school fund source. They developed a summary report of the status of district financial resources by fund source, federal, state, and local dollars. They analyzed the status of Lee County's funding of Lee County schools and the processes involved, and they used the findings to recommend strategies for improvements in the use of funds in Lee County schools. And I think what is being discussed is actually, this was done in conjunction with the study that was done for Lee County as well, if I'm correct, if you all remember that. And this, I think the intent of it was to help this board and the county commissioners to work more closely together, to have an understanding of what our priorities are and what our needs are. And that was the study. I noticed, as I have been looking over things and reviewing and trying to be prepared to step into this role, that what stuck out to me was a projection from that study that we could have saved $5.8 million if we had followed the suggestions of that study. And that was, from what I understand, it wasn't carried through on, and it just wasn't implemented. And I think that's our challenge if we go that route, is to open the doors and be able to examine areas and help us to find ways that we can do better in our performance and so forth.
I wasn't on the board then, but if I recall right, one of the items that suggested was to do away with our custodians and bus drivers and move to a contract business that would supply them for us. So basically, it was letting go employees, moving into a different way of a business taking over for those services, correct?
So before we go any further, the motion was out, my understanding was, the motion for there to be a RFQ for the performance or financial
That's correct.
audit.
That's correct.
Now, that's totally different. What we have had before was 12 years, and I would highly suggest that I will make sure that I can get it to Susan and she can get out to him. That was over a 2-page audit that the county commissioners, not spouse-related, county commissioners voted in order to have that audit so they could get answers in reference to where the dollars were spent within our school system. The scope of that was something that Mr. Davidson had just read off, and all those things fell under the Lee County schools, and they also had multiple recommendations, not just that one. So before we move ahead and say, well, that's what this audit did. I think we actually need to go and take the vote on if we would like to vote to have them, to request RFQs for performance audit services. Because that's nothing, you're just asking, you're just requesting information. You're not making a commitment to spend money or to do whatever they say. Does that make sense?
I still want clarification as what the scope of this audit would be. If we're going to do an RFQ, we need to have a scope of the project so that we can have any idea of that RFQ.
Mr. Davison, did you have any scope?
I have this document that's what I read off
From the past.
from the past, the scope of the study.
I think it's because it's been 12 years. I think it's time for another one.
And I would add to that with the financial pieces that Eric read off. I feel like it would be beneficial to possibly add an audit to, so we talk about programs around here, like programs that are supposed to aid in education. They're supposed to aid in improving student proficiency and growth. And now I'm going to say anecdotally, because I've only been on the board for a few hours, I don't know what programs we're talking about, but I've heard, on the campaign trail, I've heard teachers mention programs that come and go, programs that stick that we continue to do that they don't think are effective. I couldn't tell you the name of these programs, but I feel like if we're going to do an audit of our finances, that it would be good to audit programs that we're spending money on to determine which programs are effective and which ones aren't, and which ones we might be able to cut, to save some money, to identify new ways to help with our students to help make them more proficient.
I feel like we're ping-ponging back and forth between performance and finance, and I'm having trouble following. So are we talking about a financial review or performance of our finances, or are we talking about performance of school programs?
Services, that's what I'm trying
Are we
to figure
talking
out.
about just redoing the review from 12 years ago, just an updated, same scope of work? I'm unclear as to what we're, like Ms. Bowen, I'm unclear as to what we're putting out RFP for.
Right, and I think that's one of the things we need to decide, is what is most important that we're trying to look at. I think part of it is to improve our relationship with the commissioners so that there's openness and transparency, so that we don't get into this back and forth, it's their fault, it's our fault, and all that, because it's the students, teachers, staff, they're the ones that suffer when we're not on the same page and working together. So I think that would help us, but I think that's what we need to discuss and delve into more, is exactly what are we looking for.
So I think reading from the document you had, Eric, so, there were 4 points I think that were looked at. So the first one, they developed a summary report of the status of district financial resources by fund source. So that was the first one. They analyzed the status of Lee County's funding of Lee County schools and the processes involved. So I assume that would mean the way that the commissioners fund our school system. They use those findings to recommend strategies for improvements in the use of funds in Lee County schools. I feel like I missed one because there was 4 there. So developed a detailed set of information about the status of each Lee County school fund source. That might be the one I missed. That was the first one.
I think so.
So with those talking about funding and identifying areas of improvement for use of the funds, I don't know, maybe that ties in what I was talking about with program analysis with this as well. So if we're going to have somebody come in and audit, the funding buckets, where they're coming from, where they're going, better ways to use them, it sounds like that could easily encompass where we're spending said money, and then, kind of analyzing performance of what we're getting for those programs.
I think I'm getting a little better, clear idea of what it is you're asking for. I'm trying to figure out why it's different from the audit that we will receive next month. And that was a little more clarification on that. Whereas the audit from the Anderson and Wyke is the audit of the purpose and function of the budget and whether all of that, and we've had nil issues come out of that in quite a long time. And so if you're looking at a programmatic audit, that's a totally different thing. If you're going to look at return on investment and so forth. So is there even a motion on the floor at this point? Or is this just an open discussion of something we want to consider for the future?
I thought.
There's
did you
no
not-
motion at the
You never
time.
made a motion for,
I haven't made the motion yet. No, my concern was that it had been 12 years since an audit had been performed.
A financial audit we do every single year. And in fact, some of those are done almost on a monthly basis that we have to do federal and state reporting.
So what's the one that we hadn't had in 12 years?
well, this is actually a financial review. So we can stop saying that same
Okay.
thing over and over again. This is a financial review. There's a huge difference, as what Mr. Davison just provided is not something that we get on a yearly basis. It does not provide those recommendations. So if your recommendation is for a financial review, the challenge would be that, you can make a motion, or unless there's any further discussion, if you're just requesting another financial review.
No, what I'm looking for, the same thing what Mr. Davidson is looking for,
Okay.
that he spoke about.
Mr. Davison, do you have a motion or any other questions, concerns, or something?
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
Eric, if you're okay, so I would make a motion that the Lee County Board of Education request bids for a financial review using that same scope as the previous review, but then also include the program assessment as a fifth item
Okay.
in that scope.
Okay.
I feel like the
Would one of you mind reading the scope of studies again, Mr. Davison, please?
The scope developed a detailed set of information about the status of each Lee County school fund source. Secondly, developed a summary report of the status of district financial resources by fund source, federal, state, and local dollars. Thirdly, analyzed the status of Lee County's funding of Lee County schools and the processes involved. And fourthly, used findings to recommend strategies for improvements in the use of funds in Lee County schools.
Okay. All right. Okay, there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All nays?
Aye. Nay. Whichever one.
I'll abstain.
One abstaining and two noes and four yeses. Okay, gotcha.
I said yes.
Okay, thanks. Oh, you said yes? Okay, now the next one is the legal representation contract, and I'm not sure, ever who brought that up has the right to speak on that first.
Yes, Madam Chair, that was mine. So I don't have, I guess, a whole lot of information behind this, aside from the fact, so just being a new board member, and I don't want to speak for the other two members as well, but my goal here is just so I understand that we hold a contract with a law firm to represent the board. I am just interested in really ensuring that, I guess, the current law firm is adequately representing us, first of all, is a point, for discussion here. But then also, I guess, on the fiscal side, fiscal responsibility, just to potentially make a motion here to ask for bids again for that the law firm contract to represent the board, just to make sure that, again, I guess there's like an interview process involved with selecting the law firm. Again, just to ensure that our representation is adequately representing this board and in a fiscally responsible manner.
Any other comments?
Just generally, I don't understand how you can have concerns with, any board member could have concerns with something they haven't had any insight into. I mean, we don't have any complaints on our council. I think they've done a fine job representing our interests to date. I just don't understand where the concern's coming from.
I mean, again, I guess it's just, as new board members, with bringing up some new issues, new concerns. Again, I don't have experience here. This is my first meeting. So the idea here, again, I think it's more for me from the fiscal side, in the interview process involved with hiring a board attorney. Being that there are 3 new members, just ensuring that we're all kind of on the same page there.
There seems to be selective fiscal responsibility here between requesting a bunch of potentially overlapping audits, but being fiscally responsible for a board attorney that has no complaints and has no cause for concern by any of the new board members or existing board members for that matter. If there's cause for concern, maybe we could detail those causes for concern, and maybe it'll make a difference.
I think I think we're under a 3-year contract with Darrington Smith.
No.
Entered into a year ago. Is that not correct?
It's a 90-day. Yeah, well, just for clarification, it's 90 days. And as far as the new board members are concerned, I understand those concerns, and I also understand their concerns. But I also know that if we know that your law firm is doing the right stuff, that you would have no problem presenting that to the new board as well.
I have a question. How long has the current law firm been supporting the board?
In full capacity, 2 years, but then it served the superintendent and the board on various issues for the last several years. But this contract is, but I feel like it's 2 years, and I will say this, and this is nothing against you, you're not our normal board attorney tonight. It's Stephen Ranson, Rawson. And so, I mean, in an official capacity with a contract, it's been 2 years, but then, for different issues throughout the last, several years, it's been.
Well, okay, so for several years, the law firm has been supporting the superintendent's or general central office, right? And in the last 2 years, y'all pulled a contract for the board?
No, we always represented the board.
Uh-huh.
We would work with.
Okay, all right. So to go along with Mr. Rummel, I agree. I think it doesn't hurt to make sure that everybody's doing what they need to be doing for the board. And I'm sure that y'all wouldn't mind doing another interview as well to keep that same consistency for the board and to help with the school system.
Are there any other comments?
I'd like to know the term date on the current contract. Do we know what that is at all?
You have to give a 90-day notice. Does one of you have the contract with you? It says that you are required to give a 90-day notice. It did not have an end date on it, and it was my interpretation, the rationale we actually presented and did the law this way was in case there were new board members, because before we actually had one, we had so long, we named the room after him. Does that make sense? So it's actually the contract that I have in my property, it said 90 days with the notice. And I'm sorry that Steve is not here, but he did send his regrets as well. Okay, so we still have a motion on the table. And we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Discussion. Is this motion to disavow this contract for?
No.
That needs to be pointed out. Okay.
Okay. You want to read the motion again?
Yeah, so I make a motion that the Lee County Board of Education send requests for bids for board legal representation and then conduct the appropriate bid review.
And for the record, you cannot just fire a lawyer. They will sue us. I'm just kidding. We have to provide a 90-day notice, and we're not, actually, we just want to reassess those services. Does that make sense, ma'am? All right, thank you. So the motion is on the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against? Nay. You have 3 nays and 4 ayes. Now it's time to, we will be going, that ends all our new business, and we will be moving to closed session. And I believe you have the statement that's to be read.
Madam Chair, I've got it.
You have it? Okay.
So I move that the Lee County Board of Education go into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11, A1, A3, A6, A7, and A8 to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information under NCGS 115C-319 and -321, and confidential student information under NCGS 115C-402 to formulate emergency response plans and discuss the school safety components of school improvement plans under NCGS 115C-105.27, to consider matters relating to investigations of alleged criminal conduct, and to consult with the board attorney and maintain the attorney-client privilege.
Okay. We're now going to closed session. Thank you.
You have to have a
Second.
second and vote.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, nay. All right, we're now going to closed session. Thank you. Back to order.
Following continuation of new business, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the contract for Lucas Yeager for 1 year for Lee County High School System Principal.
Anyone second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. Motion passes.
I move to approve the Human Resources Report as presented.
Second.
All in favor of, say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I move to request the superintendent to bring back to the board qualified candidates to conduct an external investigation.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. It's unanimous.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Adjourn.